Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We've been in touch with ESA, who had the question from Heidi Graf at Portsvan, and the question is for Ulf. Ulf, they want to know what are your main problems, and since Cologne Ports is where you have trained, they would like to know what problems are you facing, and they get the impression that you seem to be a little bit tired. Over.
I think I'm not more tired than anybody else. Bob Parker and I, we are at the end of our shift. We have worked now for 12 hours. But to come back to the problems, there are minor problems, and the real complication is to stick to the timeline. Whenever there is a thing popping up which is not really scheduled, then you can run into trouble with scheduled activities, and that is, as far as my feelings go, the most difficult thing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ulf. Good, we copy. Okay, Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We have another question from the ESA people and Cologne Ports. They say that compared to the Soviets, your stay in space is rather short. They wonder if you could hold out in Space Lab for 100 or 200 days, or do you think you would have problems with that? Over.
I think that is highly speculative, but I think if the Soviets can do that, then we can do it in Space Lab as well.
That's comparable to Skylab, and Skylab volume is a little larger than this, but it's really quite adequate volume, so there's no problem at all with the longer durations. You just have to plan for it and make sure that the equipment and everything is prepared to last that long. Obviously, shuttle doesn't stay, orbiter doesn't stay up that long, so we come down at the end of its limited time based upon the amount of electrical power we've got. But that's the only problem in coming back after 9 or 10 days. The equipment here could stay longer, and we could stay with it.
Thanks a lot, on real good. We copy. Okay, Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. Thank you very much for the press conference. That concludes the European questions as well, and we're delighted to get this chance to talk over to you guys with the press looking on.
And Space Lab, Marshall Ops.
Go ahead, Marshall.
Yeah, Byron, when y'all take the blood samples up, the 101 PI would like to remind you all, you probably won't forget, but to take his plants and put them up in the freezer.
Roger, Bill, that's all completed. Everything is, the freezers are reconfigured and the plants are frozen.
Oh, that's super, Brian.
Brian's down the ground. I'm Byron.
Well, I know. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Space Lab, this is Houston on Air to Ground 1 with a comm check. How do you read?
Houston, Space Lab, reach you loud and clear, over.
Roger, and we read you loud and clear too, thanks. Space Lab, this is Houston with another comm check. How do you read? Air to Ground 1.
Loud and clear, Mary.
Okay, thanks a lot. We won't bother you again. You're loud and clear too. Over.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops for anybody. Okay, we have an answer to Ulf's question. Ulf wanted to know what to do with the sample number 307, which he removed from the IHF. And the answer is we'll just have to stow that. It should not be reprocessed. Just bring it home cold, okay? Thank you very much. By the way, the IHF is now working perfectly. We've been receiving data, and all the temperatures and pressures look nominal. Space Lab, this is Marshall Operations for anybody.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll be going LOS in about 30 seconds. The 102 team noticed that Ulf was not wearing his ARU on the press conference. We just want to make sure there's no problem with the ARU.
Okay. He got a bit of a headache, so he took it off.
We understand. Thank you very much. And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops with a question for Byron. We're wondering if he brought on board any spare 104 electrodes.
That's affirmative, we did.
Oh, thanks a lot, Byron.
And Space Lab, we have you for about another 30 seconds, and we'll see you at 00 plus 54.
No?
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We have you for about 56 minutes.
Okay, Bill, we finished the recruitment curve. We're both working on the IHF replacement, and Byron wants to give Mill a couple of drops here, so we'll be able to do that before we have to get set up for the next run. And we unfortunately missed some good auroral shots. There's some good aurora down there, but we were tied up here with this extra 104.
Okay, we copy that, Owen, and we have some traffic, but we also have mail enabled, and whenever you're ready, you can just give him a call.
Go. We're about to install sample 306. Will you confirm that that's the correct one on the import 2?
That's affirmative, Owen.
Yep.
And Owen, when did you start the 104 experiment? What time did you turn it on?
Turned it on at 33 minutes past the hour.
Roger, we copy 33 minutes past the hour.
Incidentally, when Brewster turned on the experiment inverter, it knocked the port DDU off. He had to re-op it.
Say again, Owen.
When Brewster turned the experiment inverter on the flight deck, the port DDU was no longer operative, and Brewster had to re-op the port DDU.
Copy, you had to re-op the port DDU.
Yes. Yeah, we want those drops. Space Lab, this 104. MS2, this 104.
Space Lab, are you copying 104?
It is.
Follow me again. Space Lab, this 104.
Okay, Space Lab, we're trying to check out the voice comm circuits to the SMA in order that the 104 people will be able to talk to you. One comment that we did get from the systems people, they'd like to get a reasonably accurate time hack at the time when you turn off OFF, the 104 equipment, because when you do that, there may be some interesting electrical transient phenomena.
We've already turned off the SIU. I presume you mean the power switch on the panel?
Yeah, I guess I mean the power switch on the panel, since these people are interested in electrical interfaces through Space Lab. AC power, I see. We're interested in AC power.
Space Lab 104.
Go ahead, Mill.
Yeah, Owen, we'd sure appreciate those drops from Byron if you could go ahead and get them.
10.
And at the same time, we'd like some information from you when you've got some time concerning the drops that you did on day one. The data dump that we got looks pretty good, but We looks like we only got one drop per viewpoint. We'd like that confirmed. Spacelab 104, did you copy that last transmission?
Okay, Spacelab, this is Marshall Ops. Spacelab, this is Marshall Ops.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah, we're going to have to not let you do those drops. The material science people would prefer that you not do any drops with the activity that they've got going on at this time.
Understand. We'll knock it off. Ops, do you read me now?
Owen, we do copy you.
Okay, here comes the power off mark right there. The ECDS for the 104 power came off.
Roger, we copy. And Spacelab, this is Marshall Ops. And Spacelab, this is Marshall Ops. How copy?
I'm clear, Bill.
Yes, did you all perform any drops?
Negative.
Okay, we copy.
MS2, this is 104.
Head, Bill.
Yeah, Owen, we've been going through the data, and we'd like to confirm the number of drops that you did on day one.
Well, just a minute. I have to look at the checkbook. We did it according to plan.
You did 4 drops at each viewpoint.
I'll see if I can see in the data.
Roger.
That's the way we remember it. I did 4 at each viewpoint, Mill.
Okay, thank you very much, Owen, and we appreciate the effort today. Thank you.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops for Owen. We were just wondering if you guys had started the HTT, the high temperature thermostat.
Space Lab, this is 104. MS2, this is 104.
Space Lab, Marshall Ops, in the blind, how copy? Space Lab, Marshall Ops, in the blind, how copy? Space Lab.
Operations, Space Lab, how do you read, over?
We got you, Byron. We've had a little bit of antenna blockage problems, but I think we've got you solid now.
And Byron, we had a
Marshall Operations, Space Lab, how do you read, over?
Byron, we copy, how copy?
Okay, I got you loud and clear now.
Okay, yeah, we've got a little antenna blockage problem, and we want you to check and see if you have a teleprinter message 30 alpha.
Okay, I'll check it.
And when you...
I'll be,
It is in reference to CPAC, and we want you to perform it on day 3, hour 9, 00 minutes.
Okay, stand by. We'll go look for it. And I'll be off the loop here for a sec, Bill, as I run down into the mid-deck area.
Okay, we copy you going down to the mid-deck.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We wonder if there's anybody in the module.
I know we're both in the mid-deck.
Okay.
Marshall Ops, Space Lab.
Yes, go ahead, Byron.
Okay, Bill, we've got message 30 Alpha, the CPAC, but it says it only applies for day MET2, 18 hours, 25 minutes. You want to use it again, huh?
Yeah, we want you to use it at 3/900. And Byron, we need to get the HTT started. Our data on the ground indicates it's not on.
What happened there, Byron, was when the VGS went down, it took the HTT with it. And now that the vacuum gas system is back up, we'd like you right away to do an HTT startup, which is page Foxtrot 200-3. We'll need steps 1.3, 1.8, and 1.9.
Okay, would you repeat that, Mike? We got to copy it.
Okay, sure. We need you guys to do an HTT startup now that VGS is working, and that is page Foxtrot 200-3. And the 3 steps we need done are step 1.3, 1.8, and 1.9.
Copy. Okay, Mike, now the reason we didn't start that is because Ulf said you guys on the ground thought the HTT is what caused the VGS to go down. You're telling us just to go ahead with it normally, huh?
Okay, stand by. I didn't know that. Yeah, Byron, we talked to the 300 people. They've been getting data, and they think the vacuum gas system is doing fine, and all the HTT needs now is this restart.
Okay, I'll go for it.
Thanks a lot.
Houston, Columbia. Houston, Columbia, air to ground 1.
Columbia, this is Houston on air to ground 1. Go ahead.
Roger, Mary, when I put the experiment AC bus back on the subsystem inverter, I am not able to re-op the experiment DDS. The item entries will not take. Over.
Roger, we copy that, Brewster. And we'd like you to go ahead and do a power cycle on the DDU keyboard back in Space Lab. And then op it again.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead. Okay. Okay, it's back on. Listen, that's complete. Okay, Houston, it looks all right now.
Okay, thanks a lot, Brewster.
Thank you, and Columbia is off the air. You guys in the park got it.
Space Lab, this is 104.
Okay, Brewster, you may be... Okay, here we go, we got it.
Space Lab, this is 104.
Okay, thank you. Marshall, Space Lab here. We got the HTT going, and it started at 3 days, 1 hour, 37 minutes, 20 seconds.
Roger, copy 13720, and 104 is trying to contact you.
Okay, haven't heard a thing.
Space Lab, this is 104. How copy?
Roger, Experiment 104, PS2, reach loud and clear.
Yeah, Byron, if you could, we'd like a brief report on how the recruitment curve looked and if time permits, the stimulus values that were used.
Okay, the recruitment curve looked very classic. Owen did a super job, and everything went very swell. And stand by, I'll give you the values if you want them.
Thank you.
Okay. Marshall Ops, Space Lab.
Go ahead, Byron.
Just got a stop on the HTT.
A copy of stop on the HTT. What's the
ID
number?
is 405. 405.
Roger, copy.
Okay, that one says the heater not switched to new sample. And I did steps 1.8 and 1.9.
And Byron, we're checking with the 300 PI. Just stand by.
Okay, Roger. In the meantime, if 104 is listening, I'm ready to read off the stimulus values.
They are. Go ahead.
Okay, viewpoint 1, 5.5. Viewpoint 2, 6.1. Viewpoint 3, 6.7. Viewpoint 4, 7.
Space Lab 104.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops, how copy?
Loud and clear.
Okay, we had a temporary dropout. We lost everything. Repeat from viewpoint 4 on.
Roger. Viewpoint 4, 7.3. Viewpoint 5, 8.0. Viewpoint 6, 9.0. Viewpoint 7, 10.0. Viewpoint 8, 10.5.
Space Lab 104 copies, and thank you very much.
Roger, and it was an excellent looking recruitment curve.
Thank you very much, Byron. This is Dave.
Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops. Can you copy us now?
Roger, got you loud and clear, Mike, go.
Hey, good, Byron. I've been talking with the 300 team, and they figured out what caused that stop, but didn't have time to explain it to me. What I know is the workaround. You should have a stoplight on for the HTT, and what they'd like you to do right away is some of these, was one open and one close, and then go through the startup again. I can give you the keystrokes right now if you're ready to do them.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Great. First, open 104574. And read back before you enter.
Okay, 34010004050704.
Correct. Enter that one.
Wait.
And then close 000406.
Okay, I read back 440000040006.
Correct. Enter that one.
Complete.
And now go back to steps 1.3, 1.8, and 1.9, and you should find that the HTT comes on normally and runs.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's 606, correct?
That's right. This is code number 606. This will be your third HTT sample.
And Byron, is Owen started on the star shoot for the AEPI people?
I'm up here trying to find some stars. I haven't got the stuff organized yet, though, Bill.
Roger, we copy.
You mean with API or with the intensifier?
API.
Okay, what we need to know is we're going to do it from the locks, right?
Yes, it'll be performed in the locks.
Okay.
And the PI is enabled if you need to talk with him, Owen. Or Byron.
Hey, Bill, I'm going to do this. Yeah, it's part of my checklist here.
Okay, we copy.
Marshall, Space Lab.
Go ahead, Byron.
Roger, I see you guys have the vid set up. You've got the 03 POC going to tape recorder 1, but you have it set up with... Sorry, my mistake. That's correct.
We'll disregard.
And we're about ready to go here.
Okay, we copy.
Andy.
Byron, this is Experiment 3, Stephen Mendy. Are you going to start Starshoot on time?
Roger, Steve, that's firm. We started the VTR and we're ready to start shoot now.
Okay, that's great.
And Space Lab, we've got you for about another 30 minutes. We'll see you at about 2 plus 33, about 45 minutes from now.
Roger, okay, we copy.
Okay, that's not 30 minutes. That should have been 30 seconds, and happy trails. And Space Lab, Marshal Ops, we have you for about
Go ahead,
52 minutes.
Okay, Bill, go ahead. You're out and clear.
Okay, Byron, and we do have the O3 PI enabled here for a few more minutes, and then the O2 PI will be enabled.
Okay, Byron.
Okay, very good.
Can you report us on the Starship? How did it go?
Well, it went pretty terrible, Steve, because the attitude we were in had the port wing looking at the Earth, so all I saw was some air glow. There were negative stars, over.
That's okay. Did you see the air glow then, and did you try to change filters?
That's affirmative. We cycled through 7200, 55, 77, 6300, 3914, pretty much most of them. Tried to get some data there, and the camera looked like it behaved pretty nicely. I also completed the horizon sensor calibration about 15 minutes ago, but that's about it for Appy right now. Everything seems to be okay, except for the attitude. Over.
Thanks very much, Byron.
Okay, Marshal Ops, Space Lab.
Go ahead, Byron. Go ahead, Byron. And Space Lab, in the blind, we've lost the downlink for a second. Stand by, Byron. And Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops. We've got you back again, Byron.
Okay, Bill.
And we didn't copy your last downlink transmission.
Roger, I was making some comments to the Inco people on the videotape recorder number 1.
Go ahead.
Okay, tape recorder number 1 was in a rewind mode just about the time that I finished up running AEPI Starship, which was really an Earth shoot. I looked over there and looked at the display, and the time remaining was jumping around considerably. It was not increasing back up to 55 minutes. And after several minutes, I heard some funny slapping noises, and I got the now light on, so I took the cover off, and the tape recorder had rewound fully off of the take-up reel, so it was back on the supply reel. So I rethread it and got it all set up, and it's ready to go again. But the other question I had was the tape recorder was in the sign mode and not the instrumentation mode. Sorry, in the instrumentation mode and not the TV mode for the 03 data. Is that what you wanted, over?
Stand by. Inco's looking at that.
Space Lab, this is CPAC on air to ground 1 for Owen.
Go ahead, Roger.
Owen, could you please check to see that the CPAC dep is opt, and please tell us the turn-off time of battery charge.
I will go. Hey, Roger, the IU-DEP is off, and it looks like we are still battery charging right now. When would you like to have that terminated?
Now, please, Owen.
Okay.
And Spacelab, we have a message for Byron. The mode that we want on VTR number 1 is analog, not TV right now. And thanks for taking care of that tape for us.
Spacelab, this is CPAC on air to ground 1 for Owen. Please make sure that the DEP is opt. OPED, opt.
Spacelab Marshall Ops for Byron. We're wondering, did you leave that tape on VITR number 1, or did you put a fresh tape on?
Did you copy, Mike? I left the original tape on there.
Okay, that's good, Byron. We're dumping it right now. And thanks for taking care of that tape for us.
Roger.
And Spacelab Marshall Ops, we do have CPAC. Dr. Taylor is enabled for the rest of this run.
Roger. Marshall, did you guys acknowledge that you saw those two 19 Alpha messages? Perimeter outer limits 01.
We copy the messages. We have good K-band, Byron, and we're looking at them.
Okay. Stand by on those. The battery charge is terminated at this time. All the battery elements look like they were up in pretty good shape.
CPAC copies.
Marshall, sample 301 has been removed from the IHF, and 311 Bravo is now installed in port number 1.
Okay, we copy, Byron. Thank you.
And of course, we'd like the time of that removal and installation. Okay, we have it. Thank you.
Roger, it's right now. Marshall, Spacelab, do you want me to go ahead and start up the IHF, or do you want me to wait right till 50?
Byron, we're checking on that. Be right back with you.
Spacelab, this is CPAC on air to ground 1 for Owen.
Ed, Bill?
Could you please confirm that the CPAC DEP is opt, please?
We just did that. It is OP, op.
Thank you very much.
Spacelab, this is Marshall Ops for Byron.
Ed?
Yeah, right at, the 300 team agrees. Yeah, why not just start the that sample 311, which you've installed. There's no need to wait till 50 minutes. You can do that now.
Okay, very good. We just got another 19 parameter on limits 01 message.
Yes, Byron, we're aware of that, and the PI has command capability, and he's taking care of it from the ground.
Okay, ground, the resume the IHF enter was given at the 2 hours, 47 minutes, 20 seconds.
Okay, we copy at 2:47.
CPAC from Spacelab, just to make sure my copy's a little bit vague. It's a little difficult to read here, but I think this timeline is Sierra 02 Alpha 03, just to confirm that 03 is the correct timeline for this model number 4.
That's correct, Owen.
Yep. CPAC, Space Lab, no PCF changes, correct?
That's correct.
DMC, this is CPAC.
Marshal Ops, Space Lab with a com check.
Go ahead, Space Lab. This is Marshal Ops. We're reading you loud and clear, Byron.
Okay, real good, Mike. I'm just changing the WCU units here, and I wanted to check it out.
Yeah, evidently you got a lot of range there because your signal is perfectly good.
Okay, that's good. I'll stay with this one then. Are you intending to get the MTV direct to the ground on this?
That's our intent. The link's gone right now, but we hope to get it.
Okay, we just got FO prepping hit at the nominal time, and I've reassigned the O2 MTV to our scope up here. You ought to make sure that yours is still indicated for downlink at the same time.
That's very good. Please start at nominal time.
Marshal Ops, Space Lab.
Go ahead, Space Lab. This is Marshal Ops.
Roger, Mike. What does the timeline see on 99 Juliet 01 do? Does it call any ECAS? I'd like to run both the 19A and G ECAS. It looks like I've got about enough room to do it as per the PCAP.
Yeah, I'm told that that you're correct. You can run both.
Hey, good news. Thank you.
Righto. We aim to please.
You're doing a pretty good job, believe me. Okay, the old MTV looks like it's panning around the payload bay right now, CPAC.
Oh, that's good. Glad to hear that. We can't hear it. We can't see it, Owen.
Okay, it was looking right at the EBA, I believe, and now it is panned around to look at some other portion of the payload bay, which I can't immediately identify.
Thank you.
You guys seeing this problem I've got with the power supply on 19? The high voltage comes on for a bit, and then the power supply goes down, and it comes out, knocks out the high voltage.
Yeah, we're aware, Byron, and the 19 PI is working it. We'll be back with you if we need anything.
Okay, well, I'm pressing over the mount, which is to reissue the item 3.
Roger, we copy that.
The MTV is zoomed in on the EBA gun, the aperture right now, it looks like. If I inhibit that test point number 1. Marshal, we issued the item 3 high voltage on again for 19, and it looks like it's staying on this time.
Okay, we copy that high voltage is staying on for 19.
Space Lab, this is CPAC on Underground 1 for Owen.
Go ahead.
Could you please confirm for us that the filament is visible on the pallet? The glow from the filament?
It was visible earlier when the camera first came on. I don't see that it is visible now.
Copy. Space Lab, this is CPAC. We have CPAC video.
Again? Say again your comment about video?
We have video at the CPAC POC.
Okay, fine. And looking out at the back window, it takes a moment to get dark adapted, but you can see all the vernier firings, and you can see that on your MTV. Stars in the background, and I thought I saw a little bit of flickering in the payload bay, but it turned out to be as lightning discharges on the ground. So if you see a little bit of lightning flash, a little flash, that could be lightning on the way down on the Earth's atmosphere. Now, the flickers that you see right there, however, are the vernier firings.
Roger, Owen. We see those too very clearly. What's the background, Owen? Is that a star field or the Earth?
There should be a star field. I see the stars moving, and here comes ops. Right now, experiment ops on. We also have an HVC shutdown at the same time.
CPAC copy.
HVC restart complete.
Good job, Owen.
We did get a line 19 HVC restart complete. Looks like maybe it was accepted. We're getting more HV shutdown messages.
CPAC copies, Owen. Saw a big flash then, Owen.
I have a line 19 that says EBA shutdown complete.
We copy. We see it too, Owen. Yeah, that was an MPD arc jet firing on time.
Okay, I presume the EBA is not going to go.
Roger. Space Lab, this is CPAC on Air Ground 1 for Owen.
Go ahead.
Would you please see if you can move the MTV over to see the MPD manually?
I will go.
And Owen, please decrease the sensitivity and iris.
Okay.
Owen, we acknowledge your movement of the MTV. Go ahead.
That Brewster.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. Be advised, we've just put the master in hold, and we...
Open up the, Owen, please open up the iris a little bit or increase the sensitivity somewhat.
Okay, I'm trying to do that.
Good setting, Owen. Owen, please increase the sensitivity a little bit.
We lost my picture here, so I can't tell what we're looking at. There it is. I can see the MPD fire that time.
A little bit more, if you would, please, Owen. Owen, please increase the sensitive a little bit more.
Go. Looking at the back, it's a very bright flash, and following the MPD, there's sometimes a few little sparks or particles being emitted glowing, also coming out of the nozzle. The camera is moving on its own. I don't know who took it over.
Owen, is the MTV back in auto?
Negative. The camera control system is in manual.
We're trying to understand what's happening, Owen.
It's still panning a little bit, and I am leaving the gimbal control right where it's at.
CPAC understands.
Recycle that switch to auto and manual back again.
CPAC copies. Space Lab, CPAC. Owen, it appears to be doing what it would be doing if it were under automatic control, so we're not sure why it's doing that.
You're correct. It was in auto control. I was using the iris in manual and not the system in manual, so I got it back in manual control.
CPAC copies. Oh. Space Lab, this is CPAC on air to ground for Owen. Please shut down MPD.
Go ahead. Down the MPD, okay.
Roger. Owen, for your information, the reason we're doing that is since we're not emitting any electrons with the electron beam, we want to save the NGP gas for later. We wouldn't be able to do anything even if we did emit some NGP gas.
Okay, STS-9. Marshall Ops Space Lab, be advised, I've been trying to optimize experiment 19, but since we didn't have an EVA finder, there wasn't much electron activity.
Okay, we copy.
Okay, it does not appear up in the body of the text after doing the item 14. I'm not sure why.
We saw it here on the POC terminal. Owen, we will not get an MPD shutdown because we had the EVA shut down previously. So we would like an all shutdown, please. Item 14,
okay.
All.
It doesn't look like it accepted that either.
A try on item 12, hold, followed by an item 13.
Give you an item 11 to hold, that's what you want, and then the item 13.
Right.
However, I did not get an asterisk by the item 11 as I would have expected.
Please say again, Owen.
Yeah, I gave it the item 11, but it did not put the asterisk up my hold the way it's supposed to, and I then tried the item 13, and it did not accept that either.
Space Lab, this is CPAC on Underground 1. We're trying to figure out how to shut us down.
Okay, the only thing we have left is about to roll out the ECAS.
And Space Lab, we just have 40 more seconds.
Wilco, I'd like a suggestion on how you want me to shut it down.
Yes, Owen, please try rolling out the ECAS.
Gas is removed.
Owen, we have off sequence
Not
starting.
sure. Okay, fine, thank you.
And Owen, we'll see you at 3 plus 41.
CPAC thanks you, Owen.
Okay, thanks.
Good run, guys. Looking great.
Well, not so good without the EVA.
And Space Lab, if you're still copying, we have a message for Byron. Lee is here and is copying your transmissions.
Good, cutting out, Mike.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we've got you for about 4 minutes, and the 02 PI is enabled.
Space Lab, there's a CPAC on air to ground 1. How do you read?
I can clear CPAC, go ahead.
Could you confirm that you started battery charge, please?
Yes, I've started the battery charge. I have all the numbers logged.
Say again, please.
Affirmative. I have started battery charge and I have the numbers logged.
Very good.
The Marshal Ops, I have a couple other items for you here.
Go ahead.
Okay, the first one is Byron's report on experiment 31. The times for the red syringe into the first chamber and injection of the thymidine follow. I'll give you 4 times. Obviously 3 days and 3 hours, 33 minutes, 30 seconds. 3 hours, 34 minutes, 15 seconds. 3 hours, 35 minutes, double aught seconds. 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 30 seconds. Completion time is 3 hours.
You broke up on the completion time, Owen.
The completion is 3 hours, 37 minutes.
Roger, we got all that. Solid copy.
Okay, and another comment, or the IHF is now showing an ISO ops flashing, ready for a change. You want us to wait, or go ahead and make that change as soon as we can get to it, over.
Okay, hold on.
Owen, this is CPAC. Could you repeat, please, the heater illumination that you observed at the beginning of the FO prep?
Sorry, I could not copy you. Say again.
Could you please repeat your observation of the heater illumination during the beginning of the FO?
Okay, when the first MTV picture showed up, it looked like the nozzle was glowing brightly. Then either the camera moved or the intensity was changed, iris closing or something, to make it appear to disappear. And after that first initial indication, I don't recall that I ever saw the nozzle glowing brightly again, over.
Was the MTV in the direction of the nozzle later?
Yes, from time to time it was, and I did not see any glow coming from the nozzle. I believe it was the nozzle I was looking at.
We copy. Thank you, Owen.
Doesn't your telemetry show what the filament current was?
We should have that. Just a second. Owen, we unfortunately had no link during that period, so we did not have the observed heater current. It should have been 12 amperes at the beginning, increasing to 14.
Okay, I probably should have called it up as a parameter change just to see what the value was, but I did not do that on the display.
And Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops. We've got you for 30 seconds, Owen. We want to give you a go for the IHF. Go ahead and change out the sample, and we'll see you at Madrid at correction. We'll see you at Hawaii at about 3 plus 59.
Roger.
And we would like to debrief the FPM at that time. We will have the PIs enabled.
Okay, I'll tell Myron.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we've got you for about 7 minutes through Hawaii.
Hey, Roger, Bill, loud and clear, go ahead.
Okay, Byron, we've got a couple items. If you get any Faust error messages, disregard.
Copy.
And if you get any during LOS, we just like for you to let us know that you got some. You have no action if you get any. Okay, we have one more quickie for you to copy on experiment 328 Alpha and 328 Bravo. Change the RES speed from 0.325 to 0.280.
What step is that on?
And we have Lee sitting here at the console with us, monitoring everything that's going on.
Oh, excellent, that's terrific. We're doing my love and my best. Things are going very swell up here.
Yeah, Lee says hi.
Sure, well, hello to her. Send, guess it's fair to say you can give her a hug and a kiss for me, Mike.
Okay, and the 300 PIs are waiting to talk to you, Byron.
Okay, I'm standing by.
330 PI to PS. Byron, do you read me?
Loud and clear, Jan, go ahead.
Byron, I have a few questions on my experiment yesterday, 330, and on Mike Haynes' experiment.
Okay.
Okay, can I give the first question? My first question is, could you estimate the time required to unstow and install the end plate and a container of my experiment, and then to stow them again?
I would say it was interrupted was the problem, Jan, and I would say it took maybe 15 minutes or so to unstow and install your initial devices and container.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, we discussed the hydrostatic shape in the cylindrical container and found that it was a bubble and not a meniscus. But did you observe the same shape in the cylindrical cavity in the combination container? Because, as you know, there's a smaller cylinder in there.
Roger, that's affirmative. I did have a bubble in the middle of the cylinder in the combination container, as well as the cylinder, the large cylinder, over.
Okay, so there was no difference in behavior in both cylindrical cavities.
Affirmative, I didn't see any difference.
My third question is, what happened with the spherical container? We didn't discuss any of that.
The spherical container had a bubble in the middle of it the whole time, so there was really a shell of fluid.
Okay, did the results look good in the spherical container also? For instance, were you able to generate a resonance frequency?
Yes, I thought so. In the axial mode, you could see a wiggling of the sides, the thickness of the shell of fluid would change depending on the oscillation frequency. So I think the best I could do was able to start out very low frequency and watch the phase of the fluid, and about the time it changed phase was my estimate of when we got the resonance frequency.
Okay, thank you. My fourth question is, did you wet wipe the containers?
That's affirmative. I did wet wipe the containers.
Okay, then now I would like to ask you some questions on 327A, Mike Haynes' experiment. The first one is, was the conical shape of the drop apparent only during the filling of the drop or after the drop had been established?
It was only during the filling, and it was due to the very relatively large speed of the reservoir with respect to the front plate, and the fluid would shoot out in a jet, so it formed a real point
Once the fluid had stabilized and there was no more fluid injection, then it became rounded and more spherical shape.
Well, thank you, Brian. The next question is, was there any receding of the liquid once it had overspread the anti-spread barrier?
Sorry, please repeat. I did not understand.
Did the liquid recede once it had overspread the anti-spread barrier?
Yes, it did overspread it. So after we lost contact and when I went out to eat dinner, I took the plates back. I recoated them with the anti-spread compound and then reran the experiment later in the evening, and it seemed to work properly with the first set of numbers in Mike Haynes' run number 1. I used a disc number 5, which had already been wetted, but used the numbers from his initial first run of disc 1, and that all went very smoothly, and I was able to film both the contact spreading and the rupture of the zone. Over.
Okay, thank you. Maybe that also answers the next question, because we would like you to install and examine the 40 millimeter front end plate and to see if any damage to the anti-spread is visible.
Okay, we can do that.
Well, you need to do it right now, but that's a question that you would like to see answered, if there's any damage visible.
Stand by.
Okay, you have 20 seconds, Space Lab. And Byron, we'll get those pages to you on Procedures 300 when you come back up.
Hey, we're about to do the IHF here.
Yeah, and we'll see you in about 3 minutes through S-band.
Lab, Space Lab.
Go ahead, Byron. And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops through S-band. We have you for about 41 minutes.
Hey, Bill, we got you real good.
Okay, Byron, that data I gave you on 300 on the 328 experiments, let me give you the procedure. In 300, it's volume 2, pages 328 Bravo-6, and F500 stroke 328 Alpha dash 6.
Okay, I understand, and those reservoir speed should be decimal 280 instead of decimal 325?
That's affirmative. We have the 300 people that like to talk to you, but Dr. Mendy has a couple questions for you first.
Okay, Byron, this is Stephen Mendy, Experiment 3. I just wanted to check with you that you got the update on the procedure in which we were calling for the image intensifier observations of the ESA-20 beam.
Well, we got the update for just the manual operations in the locks.
No, negative. We had an OCR which was supposed to have been linked up to take pictures of the ESA-20 beam with the image intensifier as per Owen's crew note. I use no filter. Do you?
I think I've got that, but I have got the grading on at the moment. I'll take the grading off and take it with the intensifier straight. Is that what you want, Steve?
I believe so. To get try to get a picture of the node with no filter and perhaps with the 4800 filter if the no filter is successful. Thank you.
Okay, I understand. No filter. If that's successful, then 4800 with it. Thank you.
And
Steve from Byron, do you want me to crank up Appy at all?
Say again?
Roger, do you want me to power up and run Appy?
Negative. We would be no orientation.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We're going to delay the conference with the 300 PIs to about 4+55.
Okay, we got you, Bill.
I'm inside the hood right now. Okay, can you re-op them?
Oh, what, did you start firing?
That was a...
Was that a beam or the thruster? I can't tell from up here.
Thruster.
Okay.
Spacelab, this is experiment 3. Is on in the Spacelab module at the window, or is it is here the off-flight deck?
I'm under the bag at the back window right now, Steve, and I am unable to see any beam firing, although there's a good deal of shuttle glow and air glow visible all around, but no indication of the electron beam.
Okay. Would you be able to aim the camera so that you can see the node of the electron beam, which is about 40 meters above the Spacelab in the -z direction, or along the magnetic field, of course?
I can't point to the -z. I'll just take a picture up as high as I can.
Okay, okay. I presume you are in the window looking towards the pallet.
I'm in the back window of the spacecraft at the back rear dome.
This is experiment 3 to Owen. Please take long exposures, like 8 or 10 seconds, so that even if you can't see the beam, you might be able to see it on the photograph.
I understand, except I'm having a hand to hold the camera, but I'll give it a try. Yeah, when it's 3-7, that thing should have set down by now, I think. Marshall,
Go ahead, Byron.
Bill, for the 20 people, we have a question. Our data shows that was a sub-block number 6, which would be an ion beam and not an electron beam. Is that affirmative? And it's also this next one coming up?
We copy that it is an ion run, and we'll check with the PI.
We're asking you if it's an ion run. That's what our data shows up here.
Roger.
I'm Marshall from the Space Lab. I guess one of the reasons I have the question is because one of the pre-flight notes said that the modules were incorrect and that you all would have the correct description. And I don't know if that one's changed yet or not.
And Space Lab for Marshall Ops for Byron, don't be concerned. Just go ahead and run the experiment. It has been modified.
Okay, well, we'd like to know, is it an electron beam or is it an ion beam?
Yes, we just checked with the Experiment 20 Ops team, Byron, and it is electrons. Although the page EO-12 has been changed because of some modifications to the numbering system of the modules, your startup block number 6 will contain some electron runs, and that's what we're after for this FO.
Very good, thanks.
And Byron, if you have a chance, the 300 PI has a couple more questions for you.
Okay, Bill, let's hold on a while here. I'm up in the flight deck trying to see what we can see from the payload bay cameras when 20 starts to fire.
Okay. Roger, we copy that.
This is experiment 3 for Owen. I'm sure that you are using the time for some advantage, even though you can't detect the ESA 20 beam. Over.
That's correct. As a matter of fact, one thing that's rather interesting, the glow on the tail, when the jets fire, the glow is not enhanced until the jets quit firing, at which time the glow then on the tail immediately brightens up, as if perhaps there were some cloud established around the spacecraft during the thruster firing, and then after the firing is complete, then the ambient atmosphere can impinge upon the tail. Now, that's just a quick guess, but at any rate, the glow does not increase until the jet firing is complete.
That's a very interesting observation. Thank you.
We do not seem to have as much light in the payload bay this time when PICPAB was operating as we did before. I'm not quite sure. Should the PICPAB filament illuminate the bay? I think it's a cold filament, isn't it? A cold cathode?
Owen, the 20 electron emitter is a cold cathode emitter, we're told, so you shouldn't see any light from Experiment 20's active package when they're doing electron operations.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Mike, and we don't.
That report you gave us on the shuttle glow is absolutely fascinating to everybody here in Building 30, and if sometime in the mission you'd have an opportunity to get some more video or some 16mm motion pictures, that would be a very interesting document from this mission.
Byron could do that pretty well from the payload bay, where he's got a camera available, rather the VTR available, and so you could see the whole transition from pre-thrust, through thrust, and then decay at the end. Sure, I can do that.
This is experiment 3. They are still, ESA 20 is still sending electrons up, according to them. They just told me.
Okay, it's just not visible. Looks like the tail is glowing a little bit, Owen. Yeah, I'm recording some of this. It's got a good glow off the tail. Okay, well, it looks like sunrise is coming up.
Columbia, Houston on air to ground 1.
Go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, Brewster, we'd like to request SM Spec 1 for variable parameters.
SM Spec 1, okay, coming up on CRT 1.
CRT 1, we copy, and air to ground 1's going back to Marshall Ops.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, we're through with SM Spec 1. Thank you much.
Okay.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We've got you for about another minute and a half. And we'll see you at Aurora, our next station, at 5+14. And we'd like to finish up our debriefing on the Experiment 300 at that time.
And Space Lab, we need you guys to turn on the HDRR. Warren? loaded. We need you to execute format 24, which is already loaded, and turn the recorder on. In the blind.
And space. And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we've got you for about a minute and a half. We've got some information for you. Do you copy?
Do you copy?
Okay, the next time that the IHF light is flashing, we'd like for you to place sample 307 Bravo in port number 1. And Jan Freeberg wants to talk with Byron.
Okay, we've got it. Byron will be here in just a moment.
And we've got just about 10 seconds left. Owen, we'll see you at next at 5 plus 44. White Sands is now down. If not, we'll see you at 5 plus 55 at Bermuda.
Roger, Bill.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we have you for a few minutes here at Bermuda.
Hey, a couple comments for you, Bill.
Go ahead. We've got some hot stuff for CPAC on. Let me get this up, if possible.
Go ahead, I'm ready to copy.
Okay, we may have a little dropout here due to the keyhole effect. We've got, we need you to do an before FO prep on Model 7 for this next run coming up. We want you to do an item 9, 34, enter. Item 10, 7.0, enter.
Go, understand.
Okay. 1 minute after FO prep start, we want you to do an item 9, 34, enter, followed by an item 10, 10.0, enter. And we're going to have a keyhole effect here for about 20 seconds, and we'll be back with you.
Okay.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops, how copy?
Loud and clear.
Okay, and 2 minutes after FO prep, we want you to do another item 9, 34, enter, followed with an item 10, 12.0, enter, and keep the heater current on 12 amperes.
Sure, I understand.
Okay, and this is for the next run on CPAC after FO6. That's model number 7 is completed. We want you to do another item 9, 34, enter, followed by an item 10, 12.0, enter.
You know, what was the timing on that last one? I'm into the second model number, but it's during the prep phase, or when do you want that that last parameter entered?
We want that done during the prep phase, Owen.
And during the prep phase for the second model, I'll put it back at 12 amperes.
That's affirmative.
Anything else?
And we've got you for another 4 minutes, so we'll copy your traffic.
Okay, just briefly, about 45 minutes past the hour, we got a couple of 19 messages. And what they amounted to really was that the high voltage was turned off, called 19 alpha, and got the high voltage back on and it stayed operating. And I was going to inquire about a SMO. I would suggest probably no SMOs on these activities right here. I think perhaps CPAC folks would like that better. Would you agree?
We concur, Owen.
Okay, thank you. Marshall, Space Lab, PS2.
Go ahead, Byron.
Bill, I need a quick bit of information from Steve Mindy and the Appy folks. Would they like me to turn on Appy and see what's out there during this nighttime pass, or they want me to use the image intensifier, or go up to the payload, the aft flight deck and use the payload bay cameras? Over.
Okay, the experiment camera is going to be looking at the air glow on the horizon, Byron.
If you want me to take a look, okay, use Appy. I've got some quick times for experiment 31 if you want to copy.
Roger. We're copying.
Okay, the Hess injection occurred sample number 1, 3 days, 5 hours, 26 minutes, 00 seconds. Sample 2, 5 hours, 27 minutes, 00 seconds. Sample 3, 5 hours, 29 minutes, 00 seconds. Sample number 4, 5 hours, 30 minutes, 00 seconds. Now copy.
We copy that.
Okay, and another quick note, on chamber number 2, some of the Hotel Echo Sierra, that's the Hess, leaked out through the rubber septum. It was very difficult to inject into that one chamber. The piston appeared to be somewhat sticky. We got, I'd say, about 85 to 90% of it inside the chamber, however.
Okay, we copy.
And the completion time of the Hess injection was 5 hours, 31 minutes. I continued on for the shutdown, and the cell culture block has been shaken vigorously, is now stowed in the cool-down freezer in the mid-deck, and that was completed 5 hours, 50 minutes, over.
Okay, and we copy that, Byron.
The CPAC battery charge is being terminated now. All the numbers look good.
And did you get 307 Bravo started, Owen? In the IHF?
Negative, we've not got that in yet.
Okay, and we've got you for about another 50 seconds. And we'll see you again at Ascension at about 6 plus 12. We're still down with White Sands.
Okay. 7 Bravo's going in the IHF. The little bit that I put on the last couple of minutes was just some pictures of the tail, the glow on the tail and the ohm spot. What was on there before that? He'll be with you in a sec.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We've got you for 4 minutes here through Ascension, and we have the CPAC PI ready to talk to you. And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops on Air to Ground 1. We have CPAC ready to talk to you.
Right, CPAC.
Good afternoon, Owen. CPAC with you.
Okay, I just changed your flow and current, and I'm coming up on some other changes here in just a moment, Roger.
Roger, we copy. And Owen, would you tell us what that the heater is still visible after each change?
One minute is hardly enough time to get up there and back, Roger. Let me just wait till I make this last step. I've just increased it to 10 amperes. In another 30 seconds, I'll increase it to 12 and go back and take a look.
Okay, we copy. The MTV should be pointing at the EBA at this time, Owen.
Yeah, Mike.
Hey, Roger, I just increased the current to 12 amperes, and what was your last comment to me again? Got an MSDR message here, ground. So then it just stopped. Marshall Ops, Space Lab.
Go ahead.
That's, we got an MSDR stop on the IHF. That's a stop 1-07.
Roger, we copy. You got a stop on of a 107, and we've got you for about 15 more seconds. We'll see you again at Guam at 6+55.
And Owen, have you seen the heater?
Negative. It still did not see any heater out there. Do you, what does your telemetry say?
Negative telemetry.
Okay, I got a feedback on the parameter change, and it's showing that.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We have you for 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Bill, loud and clear.
Okay, Owen, we have the CPAC people, and you've got them for 2 minutes.
And Owen, did it run?
The indication that I have is that it ran, but I could not, of course, see anything visually out the window, but everything on the displays look all right. I'm still puzzled as to why we didn't see it last night, and I would suggest on the next nighttime run we use the MTV to look directly at it, because my visual view is obscured by the large radar antenna.
Roger. And on the next FO coming up, we'd like to reduce the beam voltage by changing the Foxtrot Victor Baker to 0.6. That's an item 9, 32 enter, item 10, 0.6 enter, followed by a reduction of current in the heater, and item 5, 12.0 enter. You copy?
Okay, I copy that. Your PCF Bravo, what was it you wanted to drop to 6/10?
The beam factor voltage.
Okay, understand, beam factor. All right, and I'll put those in before the FO prep.
Roger, and we'd like to do it for both of those FOs. And since we appear to have gotten success on those previous FOs, we'd like to do a SMO this time. We've got a real-time Dynamics Explorer pass from 0720 to 0724, and we'd like 5 kilohertz SMO.
Okay, 5 kilohertz, and in front of both of those model numbers, or just one?
Just one.
Okay, the one at around 720.
Affirmative.
Okay, Wilco.
And Space Lab for Byron, we've got some copy on the IHF problem from the material science people.
Okay, very good. I'm standing by. I've got an ISO ops light flashing and both ports on lock light.
Real good, Byron. To help troubleshoot this, the 300 team would like you to read out the data using the data button. The first variable they need is data 056252. Enter. What do you see?
At 000220.
Okay, we understand that you see 220 showing. Is that
Confirm, that's on the display data line.
real good? The second of the three is data 056172.
Showing 17, 1 and about 177400.
We copy 177400.
And those last 3 digits occasionally bounce back to 777.
I understand. Okay, the final datum we need is data 056154.
Showing 000377.
We copy 000377. Thank you very much, Byron.
And Space Lab for Byron, we have Jan for a few minutes.
Okay, good. I'm ready. Standing by. Go ahead.
Okay, Byron, do you read? Byron, do you read?
Byron, are you copying Jan?
Byron, do you read me?
Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops transmitting in the blind. For Owen, we will need the MTV on for nighttime operations.
Roger.
And we have Jan for you, Byron.
Byron, do you read me? Byron, do you read me?
Jan, can you read me? This is Owen, over.
Okay, Byron, I have a few more questions. Are you ready to answer?
Just a moment. He's having trouble transmitting, Jan. We'll have to wait for just a moment.
Okay.
Marshal Operations, Space Lab, Eddie Reed, over.
We copy. Go ahead, Jan.
Roger, we're ready to copy. Go ahead.
And Space Lab, we have you for just 12 more seconds, and we'll see you again at possibly with S-band at 7 plus 15. If not, we'll see you back over the States at Mila at 7 plus 25.
Understand, Bill.
And Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops. We have you for about 48 minutes.
Sounds fine, and I'd like to get an update from CPAC on the times of that satellite conjunction again. I believe they said 7:20 to 7:24. Would Roger update that?
That's affirmative.
Okay, thank you. I'll be sure and have the SMOs running very close to that time. Marshal, Space Lab, Eddie Reed, over.
We copy you solid, Byron.
Okay, that's really good. I don't know what happened before. I was transmitting fine and my side tone was okay, but I guess I wasn't getting it before.
You broke up a little bit then, Byron. Give us a test count.
Okay, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, test out.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay.
For information, I put in a pitch angle of 30 degrees on the SMOs. Marshall Space Lab. For the INCO people, we looked at the VID and saw that they were routing the 02 monitor TV to the ground and not to the flight deck for the VTR. Is that right or wrong?
Would you repeat that, Byron?
Roger. On the VID display, we noticed that the CPAC monitor TV signal is being routed only to the KU signal processor, not to the flight deck to be recorded on the VTR. I've, in addition, routed it to the flight deck, and we'll have Brewster recorded on the VTR when it comes up.
I think you're saying that you cannot see the monitor. Is that affirmative?
Negative. Can you read me any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I'll repeat for Byron. He was just saying that the VAS configuration had the monitor TV for CPAC routed to the ground only and not to the flight deck. So he's added the flight deck along with the routing, and we'll try to get it on the flight deck VTR.
Okay, that's good, Owen. Owen, can you see it also?
Can I see what?
The monitor TV.
Yes, we got it routed to our display also, yes. Not at the moment. We have it inhibited because we're still in daylight, but we plan to turn it on at sunset.
Okay, we understand.
How about you, Reed? Your first roll and running right now. Marshall Operations, Space Lab.
Go ahead, Byron.
Okay, I would like to record some of the small activities on the VTR number 2, which has got the 02 analog date on it. According to our PCAP, we have about 10 extra minutes on here. Does that check with you guys?
We're looking at it, Byron.
Bill, when you say you're looking at it, you mean you're looking at the data, the TV, or the whole procedure over?
We're looking at letting you go ahead and use the tape recorder. And we're getting a yes, so go ahead, Byron.
Okay, that sounds good. It's running, thank you. Giving you about a 50% duty cycle on these modes.
Very good, Owen. And if it's dark yet, can you see the EBA and the MTV?
It's dark. We'll certainly look. It's not quite time.
And Owen, this is CPAC. We've got Real-Time Dynamics Explorer this time. I'll give you a call later with the results.
Very good, thank you.
Byron, this is experiment 3. You are, I presume, running an artificial aurora nominal according to the FO log sheet. Is that correct?
And Owen, did you change contingency to 0?
Say again, I changed the parameter 32.
Say again, Owen, you broke up.
Changed the parameter 32 to 0.6. Was there another?
And PCF 45, was that 0?
Never looked at at parameter 45.
This is experiment 3 to Byron. Are you running nominal API FO as per FO log sheet?
And Space Lab, Marshall Ops, how copy? Space Lab, this is 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 Marshall Ops, how copy?
Clear, Bill.
Okay, Dr. Mendy has some questions for you, Byron.
Byron, you are running...
Okay, that's fine, I'm off.
Byron, you are running API according to FO log sheets run numbers 17 and 18. Try to use filters from 18, 1-8. Thank you.
I understand, filters from run 18 instead of run 3.
Affirmative. Instead of 1-7, you are running run number 1-7 and 1-8, and you should use filter numbers from run number 1-8.
Roger, okay. Okay, experiment ops are on CPAC.
Go ahead, Owen.
We have experiment ops.
Roger, and what was the call on PCF 45?
Parameter is 1, Unity.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. Are those timeline 00 errors yours?
Yes.
Roger, we copy. That was affirmative, wasn't it, Byron?
That's a negative, Bill. We're not doing anything on the timelines.
Okay, thank you. I didn't think so.
And CPAC from the Space Lab had a hard time getting any MTV signals. It's finally coming in now.
And Owen, we'd like you to do SMO next time with PCF 45 equals 0.
Okay. Yeah, Marshall, we just got an MMU message also.
Roger, we copy that. We're monitoring, and that is ours.
And CPAC PIs from the Space Lab.
Go ahead.
Roger, the MTV is generally blank. Occasionally it just kind of blanks out white also, but right now it's just a black field.
Okay, we copy, Owen. And Owen, do you have it in auto or in manual for the MTV?
It's in auto, the system's in auto, both the iris and sensitivity are in auto also.
Okay.
And CPAC, we're going to go to manual on the TV a second. It looked like we're out looking at the ground going by and not anything on the pallet, over.
Copy that, Owen.
We just got the FO complete.
Roger, FO complete. And Owen, this is CPAC. Would you go to manual MTV and point it down at the EVA?
I will go.
And Byron, we've got a timeline we need you to load and do a count on it for us.
Okay, go ahead.
Sierra 17 Whiskey 00 and count it at 999.
Sierra 17 Whiskey 00999.
Affirmative.
It's not in there, Bill.
Oh, understand.
You want me to count it anyway?
Stand by. We want you to load it and then count it.
Okay. Okay, it's loaded, and now you want me to count it at 999?
That's affirmative.
Okay, take it back. It is not loaded. It's got a timeline 00.
Okay, that's fine, Byron.
Hey.
That's what we needed.
And Owen, this is CPAC.
Go ahead.
At the beginning of this next FO, the MTV and auto mode would be looking at the EBA. Those azimuth is 229 and COEL is 95 for the EBA.
29 and 15. 9 or 5.
Azimuth is 229er and COEL is 95.
Roger, thank you.
And Owen, after SMO, we need the PCF back to 1. PCF 45 contingency back to 1 after the SMO.
Okay. Did you say after the SMO or after the FO, Roger?
After the SMO and before T0.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, here's the first SMO preceding this FO.
And Owen, do you see any beam or indication on the MTV?
We're looking right at it, and unfortunately we don't see anything that really looks like any filament or beam emission coming out of the electron gun.
Okay, we copy.
We see there's some little flashing around there occasionally, but I'm not quite sure where those little flashes are coming from. Could just be a reflection from a thruster or something.
But you see no glow from the EBA head.
That is correct. We've got the MTV pointed, Byron's got the MTV pointed right at the coordinates you gave us. Now there is some flashing occurring all over the pallet. Now, a bit puzzled as to whether or not that's some sort of a discharge from the pallet surface, or perhaps just even a lightning discharge could be. It doesn't look like that though. It looks almost like a discharge someplace in the pallet.
Yeah, that may be either thruster firings. That's probably thruster firing you're seeing then.
I wouldn't be surprised. And okay, some of these correlate with the thruster firings, but others of them appear to correlate with lightning on the ground, near the ground, Roger. So I don't think we're really seeing any discharges in the payload bay.
Okay, we copy. And Owen, can you tell what the heater current is?
Stand by. See what parameter is that?
That's 34.
12 amperes.
Yeah, Roger.
So the light that we see in the payload bay comes from a thruster, and then it tails off gradually because it induces a glow on the tail, which decays with a several second time constant.
Yeah, that looks like a thruster, all right. And could you do an item 9 45 enter and check the PCF 45 for 0?
.45 is 0.
Roger.
And experiment 03, PI from the Space Lab. How do you read, Steve?
Yeah, this is experiment 3.
Roger, 03. Steve, it looks like we're at altitude now where our wings are, at least a minute ago, were parallel to the Earth's surface, and we're always seeing a star field out there. Nothing at all. There's no limb in the field of view at all.
Yeah, that's affirmative. We were interested in whether we would see the electron beam return glow like they were seeing last night on the monitor TV. And I wanted to see whether you see it in green light, you shouldn't see it, and you should see it in the 3914 if it's there.
Now, we're not seeing anything either with your tube or the MTV or by eye.
Okay, I understand.
CPAC, the MTV really has a good view of the exhaust port there on the EBA, and with no glow at all, what's the probability that that heater is really delivering 12 amperes, over?
We're worried about that, Owen. We're sure looking hard at what to do about it.
Okay, well, I want to stop this Mose now and set parameter 45 back.
We concur. And Owen, would you check PCF 35 and give us a value?
35 has a value of 1 unity.
Roger.
Experiment ops on. CPAC, we have an O2S MPD shutdown 62 message.
Roger, copy.
The MPD shutdown is complete. PD shutdown complete.
Owen, is that MPD ArcJet?
That's correct. Mike, Peter, Delta.
And what was the EBA? Is it still running?
Well, I think every time the MPD is shut down, that automatically kills the EBA with it. So I don't have a message on EBA, but I believe that that takes it with it.
Roger.
CPAC, let me correct that. It may be that it's only the HVC that takes the EBA, so it's possible the EBA could still be running with an MPD shutdown.
Roger, we were just after whether you had an EBA shutdown message.
Negative, no such message.
And Owen, I believe it does cause an EBA shutdown, and I guess you still have no MTV glow around the head.
Correct. It still does not show any signs of being bright down there. Experiment ops on. CPAC, we have an O2S MPD shutdown 62 message.
Roger, copy.
The MPD shutdown is complete. PD shutdown complete.
Owen, is that MPD ArcJet?
That's correct. Mike, Peter, Delta.
And what was the EBA? Is it still running?
Well, I think every time the MPD is shut down, that automatically kills the EBA with it. So I don't have a message on EBA, but I believe that that takes it with it.
Roger.
CPAC, let me correct that. It may be that it's only the HVC that takes the EBA, so it's possible the EBA could still be running with an MPD shutdown.
Roger, we were just after whether you had an EBA shutdown message.
Negative, no such message.
And Owen, I believe it does cause an EBA shutdown, and I guess you still have no MTV glow around the head.
Correct. It still does not show any signs of being bright down here.
And Owen, we'd like you to do a shutdown on the CPAC.
Okay,
I'll shut down, Owen.
Go.
Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops for Byron.
Roger, go ahead there, Michael. I'll reach you loud and clear.
Hey, real good. We've been working with the 300 people, and they've looked at that problem on the IHF. That particular stop that we came to a while back indicates that the furnace travel did not complete its motion, and they suspect that one of the IHF samples that's in there has been scored or bent or somehow is a little mechanically imperfect. And if you're ready to copy, I can read you 8 steps that they'd like you to go through in your spare time to try and diagnose the problem.
Okay, go ahead.
The first step is to open IHF port number 1 and remove the sample from the flange and perform a mechanical inspection of it by pressing it against any flat surface and rolling it around to see if it acts in any way peculiar. They suspect that the sample that's right now in port 1 is the problem. Whatever you get, they want you to then store that sample since its processing is complete. The second step is to inspect the interior of the chamber, port 1 chamber, to see if it has been scored or damaged in any way by a bent sample. The third step is to replace the sample flange on that port number 1 and connect the dummy connector to it. And then the fifth step is to repeat the above 4 steps on the second port, that is to say, to remove that sample and inspect it and replace it. Step number 6 is to press resume IHF enter. And that should allow the furnace travel to bring the thing to a reasonable shutdown. Step number 7 is to wait for the IHF ISO ops lamp to go off. And finally, step number 8 is to continue with Foxtrot 600-10, step 1.6 onwards. This will do a complete restart of the furnace, and the samples which are to start off with are 313 Bravo and 315 Bravo. Over.
Okay, Roger, Mike, I've got a good copy, but I want to correct you. Sample in port 1 never got going. That was sample 307 Bravo. It was put in at 6 hours, 5 minutes, and it hasn't been processed at all. It's a sample in the port 2, which is 309 Bravo, which has been processed. Over.
Thank you very much for the correction. Mel Brooks says that he understands that. I guess I just had a misunderstanding there.
Okay, we'll be able to get to it pretty soon. And we had an ISO 01 message timeout.
Yeah, we see that, Byron, and we'll do our best to take care of that.
And Owen, this is CPAC. We'd like to turn off the control panel switches as well.
That's already complete.
Roger.
A quick note, Marshal, for the AEPI 003 people.
Yes, Byron, we're ready to copy. In fact, they're listening.
We did record their data on videotape recorder number 1, and I'm afraid we didn't get too much. We were primarily looking at the star field. You may have gotten a little bit of thruster firings. I alternated between 3914 and 5577, and at one point I threw in a little 7200 just for good luck.
Okay, real good, Byron. Thanks. At some point, we'd like you to do us a favor and tell us the status of which tapes have already been run through VTR number 1 and 2. During this last shift, you've had a couple of changeouts, and we've not copied the numbers. The other thing we'd like is, if you can get in touch with Brewster sometime, find out the number of the VCR tape, which is presently in the orbiter machine, because we haven't been tracking that, and we'd like to get a hack on the present tape number that's at work up in the orbiter.
Okay, give me the number of the last analog videotape recorder tape that we have given you, please.
Yeah, we were asking you that question, actually. The number of the last VITR tape changed. The last two, actually.
Okay, this is the last two. Okay.
And CPAC for Owen, we're concerned about the MTV pointing direction.
MTV pointing or MTV? TV.
The MTV, we're worried it might be pointing at the sun if it's not stowed.
Okay, I'll go look at it.
And Byron, Jan would like to talk to you on the 300 experiments, if you got a moment.
Stand by one, Bill. MTV is looking directly at the EBA, Roger. Is that satisfactory?
No, we'd like you to move.
Okay, do we have to crank up the IU depth to do that?
That's affirmative. MTV enable, and then Delta Tango 18 in only step 4 we would need, followed by MTV inhibit and dep off.
Bye.
And Owen, if you can, we'd like an azimuth of 180 and a COL of 90.
Okay, it's moving now. Okay, it's in that position now.
Roger.
Okay, Marshal Ops, Space Lab.
Go ahead, Space Lab. This is Marshal Operations.
Roger, Michael. I'm ready to talk with Jan Freiberg if he's still enabled.
Okay, we'll check with the 300 room, and I think we have a message to go up first.
And Byron, we need somebody to do on experiment 1 as a result of the 01 message timeout. We need to do a MAU 1.9. And the timeline number to go with the step 3 is Victor 01. But anyway, we have Jan for you, Byron. Yes, go ahead, Jan.
Okay, Byron, do you read me?
I'm clear, go ahead, Jan.
Okay, my first question is, how did you clean up the non-retracted oil in experiment 327A?
Say again, please, how did I clean up the oil in 327A?
Right, there was some oil spilled that was not completely retracted, I understand.
Roger, I took one of our dry wipe tissues and I wiped it.
Okay, then again, how did you apply the anti-spread barrier? That's one thing, the new treatment, and which anti-spread barrier material did you take? Did you take it from John Paddy's tube, or did you take it from Madame Rodot's capsule?
Okay, I took it from Madame Rodot's capsule, the little aluminum capsule, and I followed the instructions on there. I warmed it up in our galley oven, and I put it on with a soft Kim wipe over.
Okay, did you put it on the whole surface, or did you make ribbons, say, on the surface with untreated material in between?
I only treated the area outside of the 40 millimeter disc.
But outside the whole surface?
That's right, I went out almost to the far edge. I tried to cover the same surface area that was appeared to be covered from before when you people did it on the ground, over.
did you clean the surface first, or did you put it on as it was?
Oh, I had wiped the surface dry from the excess silicon oil that was on there, so it seemed to be a dry surface.
And Space Lab, we have you for about 4 seconds, and we'll see you at 8+47.
Roger, we'll let you know what comes out of the IHF, over.
And if you can, in the blind, do S08 on schedule.
Ops, Space Lab, how do you read?
We copy, Byron. How are you? Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We have you for about 45 minutes. And Space Lab, Marshall Ops in the blind, we need you to count S1S Dog 06 at 999. Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops in the blind. We need you to count Sierra 1 Sierra Dog 06 at 999. And Space Lab, Marshall Ops in the blind, we need you to count Sierra 1 Sierra Dog 06 at 999. Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We need you to count Sierra 1 Sierra Dog 06 at 999. And Space Lab, Marshall Ops, we need you to count Sierra 1 Sierra Dog 06 at 999. Space Lab, Marshall Ops in the blind. We need you to count Sierra 1 Sierra Dog 06. Space Lab, Marshall Ops, we need you to count Sierra 1 Sierra Dog 06. Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We need you to count Sierra 1 Sierra Dog 06 at 999. Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops in the blind. We need you to count Sierra 1 Sierra Dog 06 at 999. Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We need you to count Sierra 1, never mind, disregard. Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. How copy?
Okay, Bill, we finally got you.
Okay, we were getting in a buffer problem, as you probably were already aware of.
You should have seen it 5 minutes ago. They were full, baby.
Yes, we saw it. We were panicking and we couldn't get voice.
I knew it was okay because I saw the one count out and I knew one of them was going to go free as soon as the CPAC started.
Roger, we understand. It looks a little better now. We're down to just 3 in the buffer. We have Space Lab, or correction, we have CPAC enabled for Owen.
And Owen, this is CPAC. How did it go that time?
Okay, well, we're in experiment ops right now, and we've got the MTV and enable. We don't have any yet on it, which shows us what's going on in the payload bay.
Okay. And are you seeing any MPD firings?
Bye.
Say again, Owen?
We're looking, just a moment, please. Okay, we do see some firings. Firings up at the aft window and getting dark adapted, and they did report seeing a flash.
Fantastic. And Owen, are you in manual MTV ops?
No, we're in auto.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Operations. We were wondering where you stand with respect to the IHF work, which we've uplinked at the last pass.
Okay, we have some information on that. It'll be just a minute before we get to you, Mike.
Real good. Thanks. No rush.
So we've had trouble getting the ISO timelines out.
And Owen, could you do a manual MTV and go to COL 0?
Oh. So we can see the flash on the MTV camera, on the MTV video then.
Very good. And what's your COL now?
In transit, so it's moving to it's moving to 0. There was another flash.
Very good.
And Space Lab, Marshall Ops for Byron, could you look at the DPM display and look at the status of the DEP for 01?
And Owen, would you go to gain switch high on MTV for these last couple of flashes?
Okay, Bill, it's coming up. Last I know it was open.
Is that Oscar Papa? Okay, we got a little dropout, Byron. We did not copy your last transmission.
Marshall, Space Shuttle, how do you read?
We copy you now, Byron. Go ahead.
Okay, you want a quick dump on ISO before we get to the IHF?
Roger, we need to know what the depth status is on ISO.
Okay, the depth is op, OP, opt.
Roger, we copy.
Okay, the problem we had was that the timeline Sierra 1, Charlie Victor 01, we were unable to count out. We were unable to put it in hold or do anything with it. Owen followed the Mal 1.9, and that left us with the depth power light on, which said contact the POC. That's where we stayed until the next timeline, S1S Delta 06, came rolling in from the master.
Byron, did you NOP the DEP before trying to clear that timeline out?
Affirmative, Bill. We tried it twice.
Roger, we copy.
And then the depth was NOPed because the instruction said to wait for the POC, and when the next set of timelines came in to run it, they all went into hold because the depth was still NOPed. At that point, I went ahead and counted those out, re-opted the depth, and then recounted the S1S Delta 06. So it's running a little bit late. You might want to speed up some of the commands, but it's up and running, I think.
Okay, we copy. And Byron, one more item on 01. Is the DEP power light on?
That's affirmative. All the lights are on. Depth power, spec power, cooler power, and FO ready.
Roger, we copy that.
I think it should be running. We just have a problem when it tries to count in that other Charlie Victor 01 again.
We copy. Thank you.
And CPAC for Owen, have you started the off-sequence start procedure for MTV?
The whole CPAC has gone through off-sequence start and is now FO complete, so I'm just turning everything off.
And did you do the page 02 of the MAL-9?
Negative. I'll go back and take a look at that. Okay, Marshall Ops, Space Lab.
Yeah, go ahead, Space Lab.
Okay, Michael, just a man I want to talk to on the IHF problems.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you have?
Okay, I think we've got some problem. I followed your instructions and I took the sample out of port number 1 and it came out just fine. I inspected it. It looked okay. It didn't look like it was warped or bulging. I then looked inside the furnace, and the furnace is about 3 inches or 4 inches from coming all the way to the front. The inside of the port 1 part of the furnace looks just fine. I then attempted to remove sample 2 with no joy. I was unable to pull sample 2 out. We can unscrew the sample flange, but we can't pull the sample out, so my first conclusion is that the sample somehow is stuck in the port 2.
We copy that, yeah, your sample in port 1 came out with no problem and looks okay, but that the sample in port 2 just won't come out, that it's stuck.
Right, and that's the one that had been heated and was cooling or was cooled, and there's a possibility there that it has bulged or warped and is stuck in the furnace.
Yeah, we copy. Okay. 300 copies also.
And we're not sure whether it would be smart to try and back the furnace back off out of that thing or not.
Yeah, I don't know.
CPAC, do you want... Or CPAC, did you want me to do MAL 2.9?
That's affirmative, Owen.
Okay, I'm not sure we ever got to an MTV shutdown complete message. I thought it was just FO complete. Okay. I think I see what you're asking now, Roger, but I'd already in manual control moved it to 180 and 0, so I think that it's right where it's supposed to be at the moment.
Okay, we copy, Owen. Very good. And Owen, back on the previous FO when we had that MPD shutdown, I've got a question for you on the EBA. We were surprised that you did not get an EBA shutdown when the MPD shutdown occurred. And we wonder if the EBA shutdown was inhibited at that time.
No, we had no software shutdowns automatically inhibited.
Okay, well, that's a surprise to us, Owen, that we did not see that EBA shutdown message.
From our simulator activities, the way it always ran over there was with the HPC, it took the EBA with it, but the MPD did not. So it could be that our sim model was wrong.
Roger, Owen.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops with a question for Byron. We're wondering if the cooling chamber on the IHF display line 3 Lima shows a 1 or a 2.
There's a 2, Michael.
Did you say a 2?
That's affirmative, 2.
Okay, thanks very much. So what you did see on the left-hand port was the furnace and not the cooling chamber. Thank you. And be advised, pretty soon I'll be starting a GHF sample change here. We also have the HTT ops light flashing. Okay, real good. We just got a round skip 21 message, Mike. Yeah, we copy that also. Yeah. Space Lab Marshall Ops for Byron. The 300 team says they're going to have to study this IHF problem and don't want you to do anything more on that. But they would like you to keep onto the PCAP schedule for the GHF changeout, which comes up pretty soon, and the HTT sample changeover, which is also in your PCAP. Okay, I don't see an HTT one on our shift. Maybe it's on the next shift. Okay, I'll check. But Roger, that was my intention to keep up, and we'll follow the nominal GHF ops. Marshall Ops, Space Lab, one of your counters down there wanted all this tape logs numbers. Do you want them now?
Roger.
Hey, Bill, the last one that was taken off of the recorder was tape number 9. It was removed from VITR number 1 at 3 days, 5 hours, and 25 minutes. Up on the flight deck, they had been running on the 3rd tape until very recently. They may still be on the 3rd tape. If Brewster's changed it, he can let you know.
Roger, we copy.
You're going to end up with blank and never used at the current rate.
Yes, hopefully we can find some good uses for them.
Space Lab. This
And do you guys see that? We got another route skipped.
Yeah, we copy him, Byron.
We see that, Byron. Thank you very much. The time for the next GH sample change is on your shift, Byron. That's sample number 319er. And the HTT will not show on your PCAP. It's in the early part of the red shift, at about 10 hours and 20 minutes.
I got that.
Space Lab, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, Space Lab. We're seeing some of your row skip messages, and we'd like you to re-op the row.
I will go. Franklin, our DPM display shows Route 21 already up. Over.
Roger, Bruce. Owen, we copy that. And Space Lab, Houston.
Ed Franklin.
Roger, Owen. What we want to do on that row is to nop it, wait 4 minutes, and then re-op it.
Go. Oh, Houston, Space Lab, over.
Go ahead, Space Lab.
Okay, I just knopped it, then opted again, and as soon as it opped, I got the route skip 21.
Okay, Owen, we saw that.
This time I got 2 of them.
Copy that.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops for Byron, have you started the GHF setup of sample 319er?
Roger, it's 5/6 of the way complete, Bill.
Yes.
And we just gave a resume GHF enter, Marshal Ops, so the GHF is up and running now.
Okay, we copy, Byron. And Byron, we have the 31 PI has a few questions for you. If you want to stand by, we'll have him give you a call.
Okay, fine. Give me about 5 minutes or 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, Marshal Ops, PS2 standing by for discussions with the 31 PI, excuse me.
Okay, we copy.
Byron, this is Alex speaking for Experiment 31. Did you copy that?
Roger, Alex. We read you loud and clear. Experiment 31, go ahead with your questions, please.
Well, first of all, I think you've really done a great job, and I would like to thank you also in the name of Gus Cogley and his crew. My questions are, did you have any problems in pulling back the piston number 2?
I had was the one I said before with chamber number 2. When I injected the hydroxyethyl starch, the piston seemed to be a little sticky, and a small amount of the hef leaked out from the rubber septum as I was injecting it into the chamber. Over.
I copied that. Did you wipe off this leaking liquid?
Yes, when I shook the culture block, I wrapped a tissue around it, so while it was being shook, the liquid came out off onto the tissue.
Okay, thank you, and have a good night.
Okay, thank you. It's sure nice to have one experiment completely completed. Sure seemed to work beautifully. Thank you. Marshal Ops, Space Lab from PS2.
Go ahead, Byron.
Roger, Bill. We'd like to delay the 102 FO6A experiment probably for an hour or so and have a little pre-sleep activity first, if that's approved.
That's okay with 102, Byron.
Okay, thank you much. And we'll give you a report on it later.
Roger, we copy.
And Ulf was in here a while back for the IHF, the isothermal heating facility, and he looked at the problem also and concurred with my initial assessment that it seems like the sample in port 2 is the one that's stuck. And if there's a way to maybe drive the furnace back to its furthest rearward position, we might be able to get that sample out. But I don't know. You guys have to think about that some more.
Roger, we copy, Byron, and 300 copies.
Okay. Second thing, were you guys able to get that ISO timeline out of count, the Sierra 1 Charlie Victor 01?
We're working on it. You'd be surprised how difficult that one is.
I know what you mean. I tried XTLM and I tried to update the timeline, get it at update status, and put it back into hold, but I couldn't even get it to update.
Yeah, I'm not sure we could even sim that one with our simulator.
We've had one similar to that in the PCTC, and we've always been able to put it in an update mode and then get it back into hold and 99.
Yeah, I guess we need a better simulator.
And on the last API run, I didn't do too much with API. We just weren't pointing anywhere in particular. I noticed the tape recorder was in standby also that was supposed to be recording the data. We have run out of teleprinter updates on what to do for the following FOs on the log sheet.
Okay, we copy that. I'm sure you're going to get a pack of stuff for the next shift.
Yes, I think you're right.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we've got you for about another minute and a half. And the red shift will see you at about 10 plus 22.
Okay, sounds real good. Well, I think we'll probably be handed over by then. Thank you all for the hard work today. It's been a long one.
Yeah, I'm sure. And you guys really should be patted on the back. You really worked yourself to death.
We know there's a lot of hubbub going on down in the POCC also. However, Bill, you guys have, when you get out, you got a nice dark Houston to look forward to. Right now I'm looking out at the tail of the orbiter, looking down at the Earth go by, and it's just one fantastic view, over.
Yeah, we like to trade places.
Yeah, I'm sure you would. I don't think you would have liked it 2 days ago.
And we're working on some live TV, Byron, to see that same view.
Okay, it is truly phenomenal.
And Byron, this is Wilbo. Hello. Well, don't make me too jealous there.
Good morning, Wilbo. It's hear your voice again.
And CPAC really does appreciate all the good work that you and Owen did today, and so do all the 300 PIs and 31 people, and the life sciences give you a big pat on the back and say have a good night's sleep. We'll have more.
Okay, well, we'll try to. Okay, last night they fired some of the primary thrusters about halfway through the night. It was like a shotgun.
Space Lab Marshal, Tidris, AOS for 53 minutes. Good morning to the Red Crew.
Morning, PSCC. Check.
Go ahead.
Check.
I'll read you loud and clear, Bob.
And Chuck, this is Byron. Just wanted to say hello and good morning to you, and I'll be turning it over to Ulf here.
Okay, Byron, good morning to you. Good night. Have a good sleep.
Okay, will do. We'll talk to you later. Thanks.
And Byron, just a reminder for the postponed FO6A, and we think you also might want to leave the BRS configured on the cage for the subsequent runs. And Byron, question whether you've logged the results of the ARU scope checkout from last night.
Break, he's not on the loop yet. He's coming back on.
Okay, Bob, thank you.
Ulf, this is PS1. Good morning.
Good morning, Ulf.
Chuck, I had one problem. Somebody took care of it from the ground. It was the timeline OB message. That man was a problem with subordinate timeline in buffer 2, but that is already freed as I noted here.
Hey, that's good news. And be advised, we've been working on that from down here too. And we're trying to get the STL out of buffer 5 right now. And Space Lab, be advised, we're going to NOP the 01 DEP shortly. You can ignore a message timeout message. Space Lab Marshal, just a note, what we're trying to do down here for the period at 10 hours and 50 minutes after the AV1 recorder dump is complete is to do a checkout of the 101 video system. We're hoping that you guys might be able to configure that for a real-time downlink for us, and we intend to have the 101 PI standing by to spend a couple of minutes, 10 or so, talking through a troubleshooting procedure with you. And Bob, if you're on the loop, as soon as we could get started on some of these PCAP updates, we can probably get that done before the before this TV starts. Read you intermittently, Bob. We're dropping out of lock from time to time. Read you loud and clear that time, Bob, but we're dropping out of lock intermittently. Go ahead.
Okay, I was telling you, I copied your comments on the 101 real time, and at the end of the AV1 dump, and you had some more comments, I gathered, for the PCAP updates.
Yeah, that's a firm, and if you're ready for those, I'd sure like to get as many of them in as we could, unless you got something that's more urgent.
Oh, not doing anything else.
Okay, let's start with the page we're on now, hour 10. We assume you already heard about changing the Faust crew operation to an unattended one, and also just a reminder to ignore any 05 door messages during that period.
Roger, ignoring 05 door messages, you understand?
Okay, this real-time TV for 101 should take about 10 minutes. And if we're lucky, we'll get through with that in time to do another activity which we're trying to fit in here, which is a comm check of PAO press hookup. We're going to have a person in the press site give you a call as soon as we think we've got their link configured, and if everything works, it should be a very quick comm check, and then we'll be done with that. That should happen sometime prior to the end of this pass.
Okay.
Okay, now if you'd go to hour 16, please.
Got it.
On hour 16, you've got Ulf doing experiment 25.
we would like you to do 16 millimeter and 35 millimeter photos of Ulf doing experiment 25 instead of doing them on the orbiter crew at 17 plus 40. You're to do it.
Okay, that was already on the. Was already in the teleprinter message, Chuck.
Okay. Yeah, I'm taking some of these teleprinter messages and just verifying that we're all together on a PCAP down here.
Okay, I got that one.
Okay, turn the page to hour 18, and I got another one for you. Okay, for Ulf at 18 plus 43 to 18 plus 53. We would like him to do an 034 crew operation, 034 crew, and I think he knows what to do with that.
You know all about that.
Okay. Hour 19.
Yeah, we know. We got a dome run that starts at 1955.
Yeah, and prior to that, Bob, we'd like you to do a TV-17 setup at 19 plus 20, and you've got the entire time from then until 19 plus 55 to do it.
Do that.
Okay, and we already talked about the 102 FO3 dome run. If you probably already got the TPR message 44 alpha for that one. We got the times for the subjects in the dome and the changes if you think you need them.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, now there was a 390 IHF ISO run of 309 at around 20 plus 43. That has been moved to 21 hours and 3 minutes until 21 hours and 8 minutes. And it's moved to your side of the PCAP.
Okay, Chuck, and then you also changed the one down there about 21 hours and 25 minutes.
That's affirm, and it's still sample 309 and still Foxtrot 600 in the procedure. Also on your side of the PCAP at 21 plus 45, just picking up something from the cap, you've got an SLCO2 change out.
Roger on that.
And that should run to about 21 plus 50. Okay, if you stay on that same page, look up at 21 plus 25 on the PS side for Ulf. He's doing an IHF stow of 309 Delta.
Roger, that goes down to 2155 for me.
That's affirm. And also on Ulf's, the 30 Foxtrot 1 is now, that was at 2148, is now an EKG setup operation. EKG setup operation. Procedure is 30/Foxtrot Charlie.
Roger, we know that.
Okay, I believe that's all I got for now, Bob. We may have some OCRs coming through.
Yeah, I would guess that some of this IHS stuff is contingent upon finding a way to fix it, right?
Yeah, and in addition to that, Vubo is off getting a science summary for you. As soon as we have a chance, he wants to tell you about that. Some interesting things happened yesterday on your shift that are kind of curious that you'd probably like to know about.
Okay, we'd also, I guess, like to know what you guys think the status of CPAC is.
Okay, we'll try and get one together for you on that, and I can tell you right now they're still trying to assess the impact and understand what's really happened, and maybe a little while before we got a good answer on that.